Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well today, Thursday, January 8th. Kicking off another trading session here. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, so we got defense stocks absolutely ripping today. You can see here on the screen we got NOC, Northrop Grumman up over 7%, Lockheed Martin up over 6, L3 Harris. So that Huntington Ingalls, that's on the back of Trump basically coming out and flip-flopping, tacoing, dumping defense stocks yesterday on the back of the fact that reinvesting dividends, and then they come out with a bigger 1.5 trillion budget announcement, not really confirming that, just saying that that's where it should be. New York Stock Exchange, some top gainers as well. You got Bloom Energy, ticker BE, absolutely flying to the high side today. Let's look at that BE chart because it is mooning up over 15%. And what is the news on E today? Let's take a peek. Morning, YS. Uh, I don't know. I'm not really seeing any news headlines on BE just yet. Huh. Weird. All right, let's see what else we got going on. General Dynamics, of course, getting that getting that bid. Crane, GE, Taiwan. Yeah, it's all your defense. All your defense-based stocks are absolutely flying to the high side today. Let's look at the NASDAQ top gainers here. You got AVAV ripping up 9.7%, flying to the high side today. Again, more defense. Costco seeing some strength in the pre-market. Millie, Mercado Libre. What else we got? Kratos, of course. ASPC, a SPAC acquisition. Google strong again. Palantir, obviously strong. Moonlake, MLTX, absolutely flying to the high side. Wow. All right, let's look at some of our top losers in the NASDAQ. ASML down a little bit. ICLR icon down. Intuit seeing. Armed. Tesla's down a little bit. Duolingo's down. Drug. All right, let's go back to the NYSE top losers. ELME, down 84%. What the heck? I mean, I know it's a small company, but wow. Just pummeled, guys. Man, take a look at this chart. When you wake up to this, imagine you were like fully long in this SPAC. I don't even know what the company does, but let's transition here. Take a look at this ELME, ELM, down over 80%. Oof. Closing up here at around 17, now trading at 272. What the heck? That is just filthy. Filthy. It's the way she goes sometimes. Traps out there. Lots of traps. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. We got Ryder Systems down. Rogers Corp. They probably had earnings, I'm sure. ROG. Seems like that's a decline from earnings. I wonder why Rogers. ROG. Is that even populating? Let me look at the news here. Not seeing anything, so maybe that's just delayed. Gold and silver getting rocked again. You got some miners under pressure. What else? Burlington Stores, Goldman Sachs, HCA, Travelers Company. Okay. All right, let's go to some unusual volume in the NYSE. Tanger Inc. SKT. Hmm. AbbVie seeing some unusual volume in the pre-market. What you got? GCT Semiconductors seeing some unusual volume, but tiny market cap. Let's actually look at that chart. I haven't seen it in a while. GCT. Oh, GCTS. GCTS chart has been rocked here for a few sessions. All right, unusual volume. Oh my goodness, look at this Jet AI. GTAI. Up over 70%. That's incredible. Another big move for Jet AI. This one's been getting a lot of attention down here. It's a penny stock, just a crazy, crazy high flyer though. Tiny market cap. Tough to trade. Really tough to trade. Every single dip gets sold into. You know, they do these big one day pops in these companies like Jet AI to lure people in and then they just absolutely liquidate it. What else we got going on here? Coin check, that's pretty small. It's pretty thin. We'll make. All right, let's go back to the New York Stock Exchange and we'll go most active stocks. All right, so most active stocks on the New York Stock Exchange: Bloom Energy, AbbVie, Stellantis, ticker STLA, Redwire, seeing some volume in the pre-market and activity. RDW is the ticker. RDW is the ticker. Redwire. Novo Nordisk, Compass, Big Bear AI, Archer, SMR, Soho House down, BKE Tanger, Quantum, AG First Majestic, NIO, Shell, Oscar Health. Ooh, Oscar Health is up nicely today, up a 6.86%. I wonder if there's news. There must be news on Oscar. Let me take a peek. OSCR. What is Oscar? I guess that was yesterday. Senate group nearing agreement on bringing back enhanced ACA subsidies. Maybe that was the news from yesterday. Popping it up today. All right, most active on the NASDAQ right now. What do we got? Ondas, killing it today. ONDS, ripping. So drone stocks, let's take a peek at them. Yeah, look at Ondas. What a beast. Gapping up this morning again. It's like a DPRO. DPRO also trying to break out of a little bit of a base here. Interesting. Let's look at UMAC, Unusual Machines. Yeah, UMAC, pretty solid breakout chart. Looking like it's building a little bit of a pattern here. We'll keep that one on watch. Materials under some pressure this morning. You got quantum stocks under a little bit of pressure. Copper stocks falling again. Lots of stocks are red in the pre-market. SLV, MP Materials. Let's look at silver real quick. Silver continuing to chop around here, guys. So that's very bearish. The fact that we were so close to breaking out here of a high, that reversal candle on silver is proving to be a real tough resistance point and a potential lower high. So what does this mean for silver? Let's just quickly digest this. I'll give you my quick 2 cents. Silver failed to make a higher high here off of this bounce. So now what? We look for a lower low. So silver is probably going to retest $70. That's another $4 drop from here. Just as an FYI. A little bit of your free insights today. Looking at some of the crazy moves in these defense stocks, I mean, big fall on the back of the dividend announcement yesterday, then right back up. So who do you think bought the dip? Trump and friends, probably. I would have to, I'd put money on that they made money off of that. eVTOL stocks are seeing some strength this morning. Looking at Apple, guys, this is actually I think an interesting day trading opportunity yet again. It was getting oversold yesterday. We scalped it for a little bit yesterday, and now this is getting even more oversold. A nice gap down today. So we'll keep Apple on watch for a bit of a long opportunity. I'm hoping it flushes right back down to pre-market lows. I really hope it does. I really do. All right. Continue to look at copper stocks. They're putting that huge deviation move to the upside. Gap down yesterday, big buy program. Now they're retesting kind of this lower boundary. Wick liquidity. SCCO still super extended, also under a little bit of pressure this morning with pretty much the entire market. Nvidia right now is actually showing some strength in the pre-market. It is green slightly. Google absolutely flying to the high side. Looks like Google's going to sweep the high today. Very close to doing it here in the pre-market. Amazon right now is mixed under a little bit of sell side pressure. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Amazon's strong. Amazon's green. It was Tesla that I was looking at. Tesla showing a little bit of signs of distribution. Also an interesting potential long candidate, but I think the bigger level is going to be down here around this 418, 419, this upsloping trend line that I have drawn in. Meta right now down 0.41%, showing a little bit of signs of distribution. Microsoft down slightly in the pre-market. This one again has just been in a very big bearish formation. Dips in this range have been bought, but the rips have been fiercely sold. Right now, you do have all indices red in the pre-market. IWM is leading the charge to the downside as we speak. SPY right now still falling a little bit here in the pre-market. All right. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Bitcoin also under pressure, guys. Crypto looked like it was trying to break out. You can see Ethereum here falling pretty sharply down 2.5%, still holding a little bit of support here on the daily chart. BTC looks like it needs to hold the 50 and 20 here. I mean, this is kind of your back testing area if you're not long crypto. You know, not a bad risk to reward spot. You've had the breakout, pullback. You're still above your 50 and 20. You're about to get a bullish 20 and 50 crossover today. So this should hold here. You know, I don't suspect it's going to absolutely crater through that key moving averages. I think you'll hold. If it is to crater, I think you build a little bit of a bear flag pattern. But for the time being, not a bad bounce spot for crypto. Okay. But yeah, my top focus is Apple. We also have nat gas inventories later today. All right. I'm just gonna fill up my coffee, guys, and we'll settle in here. Still getting Apple's low is coming into test in the pre-market. That's my top focus. I think they would get a potential little reversal. Just don't know what time it's going to happen. So we just got to play it carefully. So let's get to 3 minutes. S&P is gapping down. The S&P. We'll see if the larger time frame can take hold. Um, Still have some mixed price action in mega cap tech. Got to keep an eye on Google. Google right now is one of the stronger stocks in the market that has been kind of keeping a lid on some of the sell side pressure. I mean, Google making another new all-time high push. This charge going on. All right, again, Apple, some calls at some point today. We'll see what happens. Is still stock market open? 2 minutes. It's right now down 2.7%. We do have natural gas inventories later today. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. Good morning, JP. Hope you're doing well. All right, 30 seconds here till the open, guys. 30 seconds till the stock market casino opens. Gold, silver still getting hammered. SPY does have a little bit of support. I have a volume weighted average price all the way down at 687.62. We'll see what happens there. I have a really strong positive divergence on Apple's chart here. S&P still looking a little bit heavier here. Definitely some support down here. This trend line, we'll see if it holds, guys. It's a big spot for the market right here. Apple's not a long here, guys. Apple's not a bad long here. Super oversold. 260 Apple calls or 262.50 if you're really aggressive for tomorrow. could work out. I took a fill on 262.50 Apple calls for tomorrow. I got filled at 30 cents. 262.50. I mean, that's a crazy, crazy trade and reversal, but I'm long Apple 262.50 calls at 30 cents, guys. I just slapped the ask on that. Let's see how big Apple can bounce here. Getting a nice bounce already. S&P, we've got that OR low candle starting to develop. Apple's getting some buy side pressure. Come on, Apple. Get going. Get going. Make a red to green reversal. That's what I'm suspecting for Apple. It's back testing the daily chart EMA 113 today. I just tapped that daily chart EMA. Again, my 262.50s are super speculative and risky, but that's what I'm trading this morning, so we'll see what happens. S&P getting a little bit of a buy program. Come on, Apple. Keep going. S&P still looking heavy here. QQQ still super heavy. Qs are now underperforming in the market session today. You got a lot of red on the screen across the board. Copper stocks still struggling. Nuclear stocks struggling. Constellation Brands, STZ, absolutely ripping. Amazon still strong today. Baba's back to the green side. Oof, Apple, a little bit of a sell program now hitting the tape. Big bounce on SPY. Look at that reversal. Come on, Apple, get going. Get going. VIX is still green today for the time being. Crypto still under pressure. QQQ still under pressure here. We got Nvidia going back to the dark side, negative on the session. Google reversing from the high. So Google making an all-time high pierce today and now reversing pretty hard. Still up 1%, but coming in with force. Come on, Apple Dapple. Get yourself going here. You are very oversold here on your hourly and 4-hour chart. I'm hoping we just get a nice snapback reaction bounce. You can see we're sitting right on that daily chart EMA 113, but the market still is getting absolutely wrecked here. SPY getting sold right now. Yikes. Yikes. Come on, Apple. Flex your muscles. Push up. Tough, tough tape right now. The QQQ is absolutely melting down 0.5% right now on your Qs. Apple down 1.23. Meta down 1.65. Tesla down half. You got Netflix down 1.23. Lots of red starting to appear on the screen. Small caps, IWM still holding some strength today. IWM still holding some strength. Bitcoin down 1.7. Come on, Apple Dapple. Get yourself going. S&P still trying to melt here. Yikes. SPY super heavy right now. Coming into, again, you're sweeping some lower boundary liquidity here. But wow, we are heavy here in SPY land. Uh-oh, Apple's starting to roll over a little bit. Market's still just seeing a lot of sell side pressure right now. Ton of sell side pressure. Evitil stocks are doing well. Archer, green. Rocket Labs flying again. SMCI down. United Health is green. Amazon getting slightly faded. SLV down 4.7. UNG down 3.3. Carvana's red. Hard selling. SPY is a little oversold here, but intraday oversold. Apple's still trying to go lower with this market. QQQ absolutely getting liquidated this morning. We'll see if they can give it a little bit of a facelift. Still quite a bit of support down here. Apple is trying to pierce its pre-market low. Thank you, JP. Big 691 call wall on SPY, put wall 688. Holy shit, there's a lot of interest though at 685, 686, 68. There's a ton of support lower, guys. This market has a lot of support down below. 688, ton of support there on the 687, 686. Wow. Yeah, I think we bounce hard. I do. S&P bouncing pretty sharply here. Come on, Apple. Get yourself going. Go green today, Apple. Go green. You know you want to. NVIDIA rolling over here, guys. NVDA is rolling over. Uh-oh. Yikes. SPY's still trying to bounce here, but struggling immensely. No bid in Apple just yet. Natural gas continuing to sell. Crude oil up nicely today. 1.71% up on crude. S&P still heavy here. Whoa. Yikes. SPY, SPY, SPY. Struggling. QQQ new lows. Oof. NVIDIA drilling to the downside. Yes, sir. IWM is still holding some strength, guys. It's up 0.41% on small caps. Interesting. Very, very cool. I'm still writing Apple calls here. Again, they're kind of a big, you know, it's a long shot Apple, but if they hit a 2% reversal in Apple, could happen, specifically with how oversold it is. But the market needs to firm up here. Come on. Come on. Western Union showing some strength. What's this HUA? Hooyah. HUA breaking out to the high side here. Up 18%. DRS flying. Google still up 1%. Western Digital down another 2.9%, guys. I'm going to take profits on my WDC, guys. I'm going to take profits on my WDC. Guys, I covered my WDC 194.80, 194.80. Locked in about 8% gain on WDC. Covered my short. Still think this market is bullish on your larger time frames. All right, so if we look at that WDC, guys, we shorted that 2 days ago. Got a nice follow through and rejection down today, and I covered it. All right. IWM, yeah, IWM's strong today. It's eating up some of that tech liquidity right now. STZ, guys, Constellation Brands is flying today. Look at STZ go. Did report earnings, pretty solid earnings report. Whenever Constellation Brands does well, you want to keep your eye on Canopy Growth, CGC. Remember, they're a big partner for Canopy Growth, still a majority partner. So we're long STZ in the investing group and options group. This is a no-brainer down here. We've traded this a couple times actually. We netted a nice little gain off of this rally, bought the pullback here. Now we're looking for a right shoulder to break out here. So STZ, decent earnings report last night, absolutely ripping today. All right, SPY still trying to shake off some of these weak hands down here. Very, very oversold on your 10-minute chart, but doesn't mean we can't go lower. You're hitting a nice 382 fib level right now, retracement on the major indices. Oh, Apple just does not want to bounce here at all, eh? Come on, Apple. Get your big butt going. SPY's still absolutely struggling here, immensely. Night. Ooh, SPY capitulating here. Nasty breakdown, guys. Absolutely filthy. Filthy. That was a hard bar down there. Apple, still no love for Apple. Still drilling here to the downside. Google still trying to hold steady. QQQ absolutely melting right now. Apple piercing trying to test 256, sweeping its pre-market low with the indices right now, getting absolutely bludgeoned. Google still selling. QQQ getting wrecked, down 0.79%. That flush on SPY, we just hit a massive volume weighted average price for the week. Nvidia is still absolutely falling like a knife here. STZ still pushing. Nice. Freeport McMoran down 3%. Beautiful. Go. Baba showing some strength. Alibaba up 2.1. Amazon still green. UNH moving. Apple's trying to bounce here just a touch. SPY still trying to roll here. Ooh-wee. Damn, look at them drill SPY right now. Trying to bounce Apple a little bit, but they are drilling your S&P 500 right now. So again, we took profits on WDC. It's a big bounce on SPY here. We'll see if it can recapture this OR low here. This is a pullback that you can likely buy in the markets, even for a swing trade opportunity. It's a big back test of some critical support zones, guys. Big back test. I still like Apple. I still think Apple can make a push all the way back up to 260 today, if not higher. What a reversal there on SPY. Wow, look at that candle. We look like we're going to go back to the green side. Remember, small caps still showing resiliency today. You got Microsoft down 1%, Nvidia down 1, Apple down 1.3, Meta down 1.46, Tesla down 0.72, Netflix struggling down 0.9. Your SMH is still down 1% on the session. But it's not a complete bloodbath out there. You got a lot of stocks still trying to make some bullish moves to the upside. Wow, look at Serve Robotics Day up 17% on ticker SERV. Archer flying, no pun intended, Rocket Labs moonshotting to the upside yet again. Crazy. Baba performing quite well. Bitfarms seeing some strength today. Is BTC making a bullish reversal? Not quite, but maybe it's going to show some signs of life here for Bitcoin, guys, because BTC is showing some strength through some of these crypto-related stocks. You got Mara green, you've got Bitfarms green, so maybe Bitcoin is going to make a bullish reversal. Not a bad spot to try to pick a little bit of a low here. Interesting, kind of cool. I'm very curious to see if they hold their gains today. Very curious. All right, SPY still trying to bounce here just a touch. Nvidia absolutely getting hammered right now, guys. It is curling to the downside with force. Constellation Brands still pumping. I like it. JP Morgan doing well today. That's green on the session. So a little bit of selling off the open. We still have larger bullish time frames intact in the market. Natural gas getting clobbered yet again, while your dollar index is ripping today as well, hitting a little bit of resistance here. DXY tapping that daily 200 moving average today, and your EMA 113. Interesting. We'll see if that one wants to lose any bit of momentum. Apple's just still not getting much love down here. Wow. Crazy. Crazy move down on Mr. Apple Dapple. Nvidia was on the session. Yikes. Nvidia getting wrecked. Demolished. Apple still struggling. Oof. Google coming in hard. Hot and heavy on Google. Let's go, Apple. Come on. Pump it back up. Pump it back up. I'm curious to see how natural gas reacts around inventories today, guys. It's going to be very intriguing. Very intriguing. 691.90 dark pool. Thank you. Nvidia is still absolutely getting hammered, down 1.6%, trying to sweep that bull flag lows. This is where Nvidia needs to make a stand, literally down here. You might try to sweep that low from December 29th, but I'm suspecting it's going to try to bounce here. All right, your dollar's still trying to soften up just a touch here. BTC did put in a 10-minute bullish engulfing candle, so that's acting well. Come on, big bounce in the markets. Send it. Send it. Apple is the lotto today. Apple is the lotto play. Very, very strong chance it makes a reversal. These are the lottos you want to take, where you have a high probability of a bullish reversal pattern. Again, larger time frame on your QQQ and S&P are still bullish. Your ASML puts finally printed. Nice job. Nice job. Haven't looked at ASML today. Let's take a peek what that's doing. ASML. Yeah, that printed to the downside. Nice. Nice. Yep. Our Freeport Macmoran still printing to the downside, guys. I'm still going to hold on to that short. We're up about 6% or so, so we'll continue to watch that position. Come on, Apple. Get yourself going, man. You're so oversold down here. You're hitting a big daily chart support. Just make that bullish reversal that I know you're capable of. Come on. Don't keep playing around down here. Yep, in the SPX group, we also took 688 calls on SPY down here. We bought the dip off that capitulation candle. And those 688 calls are still printing, and I do believe that there's still more upside. Looks like the market did a nice liquidity sweep through OR low and getting a solid reversal back to the high side. So looking pretty decent here in the S&P 500 as we speak. Come on, Apple. Look at SPY ripping. Come on, Apple. This market, SPY could really go pretty high today, guys, especially if Apple starts to make a red to green reversal. We could have a really solid reversal. Nvidia catching some liquidity here. Defending. UPS strong. Google still green, but that's given up a large share of its gains. Starbucks still green on the session. Western Union, ACN all showing some strength. Nike made a nice reversal. That's green. Netflix still down. S&P still trying to grind higher. Google softening up a little bit here. Your QQQ is still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. SPY still sitting and holding a massive volume weighted average price zone. QQQ still down 0.7%. Apple still struggling down here. Wow, I'm surprised Apple hasn't bounced more so right now. Google still coming in a little bit. BTC still trying to firm up here. SLV still down 4.8%. Searching for a potential lower low. Uranium struggling. Copper struggling. Amazon still ripping here. Solid rip. No bid yet in Apple. QQQ selling off a little bit more. SPY seeing a little bit of distribution. Apple still trying to melt a little bit. SPY back testing at OR low. Yep, nice snipe there, JP. We crushed that one. Still got a lot of oversold mag names intraday. And there's still quite a bit of strength in small caps. IWM is still ripping here, up 0.61%. Nvidia's still heavy. You know Nvidia's probably going to catch a bounce at some point. Apple's still sitting on daily chart support, trying to recapture its pre-market low. I'm still long Apple. I think Apple still has a strong chance of turning green today, guys. Not a bad lotto. Throwing in a small amount of money, you can make a pretty big return if it goes green. Nvidia just getting hammered though. Wow. Google still coming in. Gold about to break out intraday. Let's look at gold. Yeah, gold's looking better here. Intraday on the 10-minute chart. You do have your DXY pulling back pretty quickly here. So that's another supportive thing for the market, is the dollar pulling back. Natural gas trying to make a little bit of a move here. We'll see if it can push. We do have natural gas inventories today. In 30 minutes, natural gas inventories. Apple still struggling immensely here. S&P still trying to melt a little bit here. QQQ made new lows there. SPY still trying to hold. Oh, wow, Qs are under a lot of pressure right now. Dollar still trying here. QQQ trying to firm up just a touch. Yep, regional banks are strong today for sure. That's helping the Russell. Interesting to see how the rotation trade is still alive and strong, right? QQQ getting sold into. You've got Nvidia, Apple, Google all rolling over here. Meta, Tesla all negative. Every mega cap tech is red here except for Amazon. Amazon's up 1%. So you're clearly seeing some of that rotation into small caps. Apple's still trying to melt here. S&P melting. QQQ, new low of day for the Qs. Ouch. Now you got the Russell still selling a touch here intraday, 10-minute chart. Western Digital still down 4.5. Micron down 3.3. A lot of those leading semis are under some pressure. Apple's still capitulating lower here. No love for Mr. Apple Dapple just yet. It's looking like a big hourly chart breakdown potential. Still got 27 minutes left in this hourly SPY candle. QQQ has now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 15-minute down candles. Again, Qs have had 8 15-minute down candles in a row. So getting oversold, and it's filling a gap going back to Monday. So nice retest of the weekly gap up. We should see price get defended here. Weekly retrace zone. Take a look at this QQQ chart. Nice sell side pressure in your tech stocks. Look at that. 8 down candles in a row. Back testing our weekly gap. This is where we started with a bullish gap. And we're still trying to melt through that zone. Crazy. STZ long guys, it's printing. Constellation Brands up 7.7%. Ripping. Ripping. Still no love for Apple. Google's catching a bit of a bid here. SPY's trying to push higher. DXY still falling a little bit here. BTC trying to catch a little bit of a bid. You know what's interesting is your Dow, guys. DJI, Dow Jones Industrial Average, has gone back to the green side. That gap down this morning, and that's already green. Interesting, and that's green when Apple's still down severely. Apple's a decent Dow component, and the Dow's still green when Apple's underperforming in a big way. Kind of interesting. All right, so potentially a lower or a higher low on SPY. We'll see if they defend that. Look at STZ go, guys, trying to break out of a huge inverted head and shoulders. Don't say anyone in our options trading investing group, we put this on your radar. Look at that beautiful move on STZ. Fully bully, guys. Inverted head and shoulders breakout attempt today. That chart is looking clean into the gap. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Constellation Brands. Let's go. People have been sleeping on this valued play that's been beaten up for about 2 years. 2 years it's been beaten up to a pulp. And this is our second time playing it. We were buying down here, caught that first bid, sold it, back test, bought the dip. Now we're ripping here, guys. We are ripping. Go, go, go. STZ. We're in shares and calls. Our 160s are printing. Our common shares are absolutely flying here. Beautiful price action in Constellation Brands. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. All right, we just need this Apple Dapple to fucking firm up here. Come on, Apple. All right, big bounce on SPY trying to crack that OR high. It's going to need Nvidia and Apple to really firm up here to get through that vicinity. Apple hasn't even moved yet. You can imagine where SPY will go if Apple pushes to the green side here. We can go all the way up to 691 and we can clear that. So what we could be setting up here, guys, is an inverted head and shoulders. So we got a nice little left shoulder here. We got a pretty defined head. So if we get a push up and then a pull back, we could create another right shoulder. So that's just what I'm thinking could happen here. Remember, even though we're short-term bearish on your 5, 10, 15-minute chart, the hourly, 4-hour, daily is still very, very bullish. Extremely bullish. SPY absolutely ripping here. Google pushing back higher. Dow is ripping. Yep, gold is still pushing another high of day here. Well, trying to break out intraday since we've opened. Potential 10-minute inverse head and shoulders on gold, so it's looking a little bit better here. Silver still down, SLV down 4.4, but trying to break out of its 10-minute opening range. So it's literally at the high of its opening range candle here. We'll see if it can break out. What else we got going on here? All right. Big bounce on your Qs, potential 15-minute bullish engulfing candle forming. Still 5 minutes left in the candle. Need to watch that. IWM still getting a really fat bounce off of its first intraday, looking like it's going to push. Let's look at HYMC. Nice. So massive gain on our SPY calls in the SPX group, guys. Massive gains. We took the 688 calls off of this lower 10-minute bullish candle down here, and it is ripped. Most of our profits have been secured, still have a little bit of runners on the table. So that was a monster trade in the SPX JK trading group. All right, come on, Apple. Get yourself going here. Trying to get through pre-market low. That's what this little white line is. We still have natural gas inventories in about 20 minutes, so that's going to be interesting as well. All right, Spice, a little bit of rejection here. It did go green briefly there. Nvidia's still heavy here, but trying to bounce intraday. AMD still struggling, but trying to firm up off of the lows. Still got strength in Amazon, strength in your crypto stocks. It's interesting that, I mean, Bitcoin seeing a nice reversal here as well. Back above 90K on BTC, guys. Bitcoin is moving. And that was that early relative strength that we observed in Mara, Bitfarms. I didn't look at MSTR. What's that doing? MSTR is still red, but Mara and Bitfarms are showing some early relative strength. Peter's taking SLV $70 call. Risky business, but it could work out. So, not a bad trade setup. I would definitely, if you lose your 10-minute opening range high candle, so mark that 10-minute high of that SLV candle. If you start to fall below that, you better get out of that position. But as right now you're above it, so it is looking pretty solid. So this SLV candle, I'll show it here on the screen. Right now you're above that. Whoops, what am I doing here with that tool there? Don't need a trend line there. Oh my goodness. My charts are lagging here. All right. So as long as you remain above this 10-minute high candle here, that's where your volume is sitting off the open, it's a long. If you lose that 10-minute high, you could easily go lower. But right now you're above it, so. All right, Nvidia is still gaining a little bit of momentum here. QQQ is still trying to push. Still down 0.6% on your Qs. Trying to hold the previous little neckline backtest zone. Just look at this SPY hourly. Previous gap fill coming in to effect here. Interesting. SPY's trying to go back to the green side of the tape. Natural gas trying to make a small move here intraday. 15 minutes till inventories. I could see natural gas also making a bullish reversal back higher. Nvidia getting a nice bid here. Big strong bid in Nvidia, guys. What's Lululemon doing here? Lululemon still trying to go green. Nike again, that's made a nice bullish reversal. Good price action in Nike. Nvidia is still acting well. Quantum under some pressure this morning. Wow, Serve Robotics doing phenomenally well today. SERV, UPS still moving. Western Digital still down 4. Micron still down 2.8. Starbucks strong. Rocket Lab still holding steady. Come on, Apple. SPY, boom. Look at that push on SPY. SPY is green. Natural gas trying to make a little bit of a push here. First real resistance on SPY I see is 690.45, so another, call it 70 cents. Apple just does not want to catch and hold its gains here. Come on, Apple. I know you've triggered that bearish head and shoulders, but Bitcoin's still pushing. It's down 1% now, but making a comeback. Holding the 50 and 20 moving average on BTC, acting very, very well. Nice price action. Natural gas still trying to push. Rigetti's green on the session now, guys. We're seeing some strength in RGTI. Good price action there. S&P stalled a little bit here. Still trying. Nice 4-hour hammer candle on BTC forming. 41 minutes left in the 4-hour candle. Still down 1%. We'll see if it makes move. APLD up 10%. Wow. Ondas up 16. Ford ripping up 4.3 on Ford. Tesla's gone green. Open Door ripping. CRML ripping. BBAI ripping. Palantir still down slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. There's definitely a lot of speculative liquidity back in the market today. SPY. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the QQQ green, guys. I would not be surprised to see the Qs green on the session today, but what a reversal. Again, our 688 calls on SPY are ripping. Still waiting on Apple. Crazy. Natural gas inventory is still about 11 minutes away, and it is making a bit of a move off of the lows. Still down about 3.1% on natural gas. UNG right now is down 2.8%, still trying to make a bit of a move. Silver's still trying to push up a little bit, still down 3.5% on silver. BTC holding 90K quite well for now. SPY stalling just a touch here. Still seeing SPY holding its gains quite steady here. Google pushing back up 1% again. Alibaba up 4.97%. China stocks absolutely flying today. Look at BABA, BA, BA. Wow. Bullish reversal. Pretty impressive. That's for sure. Hmm. Rocket Labs Rigetti still pushing quite nicely. UNH having a nice day as well, guys. Look at UNH today. That's flexing its muscles intraday. Can't stop, won't stop. JP Morgan almost up 1%. MARA, guys. If Bitcoin, imagine Bitcoin also makes another reversal. We'll see if BTC goes green today, what that would do for these crypto stocks. S&P running into a little bit of sell side pressure, Nvidia falling a little bit again. Seven minutes till nat gas. LAC spike UU breaking out. Let's take a peek. UUU. UU, quadruple U. I always forget to add one U. It's quadruple U. UUUU. What you doing? What you doing? Apple making a little bit of a move. Yeah, nice breakout there on UUU. Looking solid. Absolutely flying. LAC, so lithium. Let's look at lithium here. Yeah, LAC chart. If it can clear this high pivot on a daily close, you're going to squeeze, guys, on LAC. Lithium does not look bad at all. That's for sure. Oh, Apple, come on. We know you want to go higher here. Just do it already. Don't burn me. Don't burn me today, Apple. Go green. SPY still consolidating, holding the majority of its gains right now. Acting pretty well. SPY still consolidating as if it wants to push higher a little bit here. Come on. Give us a move, SPY. Bitcoin still climbing here, guys. We are seeing BTC acting very, very well. Apple still underneath its pre-market low. As soon as it can get through this 256.70 area, it should rip higher, but struggling. Nvidia is still trying to firm up here. Come on, Apple, get going. You know you want to. Pushing, back testing its prior day high on Mr. Google. Nvidia still trying to build a bit of a base. Western Digital down 6.35%, guys. WDC absolutely melted. That beautiful liquidity trap on WDC that we shorted. Amazing trade, amazing. Look at that, new lows for WDC, guys. Crazy. Micron also down sharply, 3.78%. Nasty. Still got a lot of important stocks dragging this market down. Here goes SPY. Apple's clearing its pre-market low, looking a bit solid here. Apple's trying. So Apple's 10-minute opening range, let's just draw that out here. All right, let's close this down here. Nvidia looking a little. Still holding well here. It's 1 minute, natural gas 1 minute. Let's actually put this natural gas chart on. Inventories are coming out here. I repeat, inventories are set to come out momentarily. All right, it is getting a small pop here. Let me just see what's going on here. Natural gas is chopping around for now. Still waiting for the data to populate. Natural gas storage, 119 billion drawdown, so bigger than expected drawdown. That's a positive print for natural gas inventory. Stock is, or commodity still falling here. Interesting. We'll see if it gets bid up. I think there's a strong chance they can bid natural gas up off of that print. It's still very oversold. It's technically a bullish print, but stock is, it's still under pressure here. Interesting. All right, Nvidia is starting to gain some momentum. Apple's trying, Nvidia's still trying. Apple's making a big push as well, guys. Apple and Nvidia starting to gain a little bit of extra liquidity. Not a bad spot to try to take some Lotto UNG calls, guys. 1150s might print. 1150 UNGs might print. The report's not bad. I'm going to take a stab at 1150 UNG calls. Just took a fill at 16 cents. UNG 1150 calls. Again, size it appropriately. Please and thanks. All right, NVIDIA moving here. Apple starting. Bitcoin still climbing like a boss. SPY still trying here. Google running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Natural gas still floundering sideways. Still no bid in Apple. NVIDIA climbing. NVIDIA's back above its prior day low. Very short-term positive sign intraday. Interesting. Canopy growth moving. That's doubled since I mentioned it. Running in sympathy with Constellation Brands, ticker STZ. SPY consolidating quite well over that opening range low. Very well here. S&P still holding some bullish structure here, guys. Consolidation is not too bad here, right off that opening high candle. Google seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. You still got Microsoft down 1.17, Nvidia down 1.45, bearish. Apple down 1.33, Meta down 1.1. So you still got four massive mag names down sharply on the session. Your most oversold is Apple. I'd be surprised if it doesn't try to push again for that OR high, but just keeps getting sold into up here. Struggling at its pre-market low levels. Google still selling off a touch here. Natural gas still struggling. Still down 4% on nat gas. SMH is still struggling as well, down 1.83% in semiconductor land. Part and parcel due to Nvidia, AMD, SMCI, uranium stocks still struggling a touch here. Crude oil still doing well. That's up 1% on the session. SPY back to the negative side, down by about 38 cents, 0.05%. QQQ still struggling, down 0.67. Massive divergence between the Qs and IWM. IWM is down, or IWM is up 0.76% on the session. Nasty sell side pressure hitting the S&P 500 yet again. You did put in an hourly hammer candle on some decent volume. The bulls want to start defending price here very soon. NVIDIA projection off of prior day low. SMH now down 2%. ASML down 3.4. MongoDB down 3.7. SE down 3. Lennar doing well. Homebuilder showing some strength. Biotechs are under pressure, down 1.53% on XBI. Enphase doing well. Home Depot doing well. Miners are still under some pressure. Gold miners, copper miners, silver miners. Nvidia starting to see some more sell side pressure. Uh-oh. Natural gas continuing to go lower. AMD still down 2.23%. AMAT down 4. ARM down 3.96. Wow. Oracle down 2.73. Nasty. Chipotle, another strong day for CMG. Crypto stocks are still flexing their muscles a little bit, specifically Bitfarms. Mara doing well. Again, when semis sell, there's lots of liquidity to flow into other names, as seen today. You're clearly seeing that. SMCI still down a couple percent. UPS ripping, solid daily chart on UPS, guys. I mean, that's a no-brainer, that one. That one's been a no-brainer for a couple months. If you're a long-term investor, tuck those shares away for 5 years, you'll be happy. What else we got? YS just longed AMD, nice. Yeah, I think the market's still in a buy the dip regime. I still think it's a buy the dip regime market. Rivian's green. What else we got? Valero under some pressure. Nat gas stocks are still under some pressure today. Nat gas still struggling. Has not made a move up off of the lows just yet. Come on, Apple. Get your big ass off the ground and rip back to the gap. Come on, you're so oversold down here. You know you're going to get some liquidity. Come on. Daily chart EMA 113 backtest. This is the first backtest of this EMA since we broke out here in August. They should defend it here. It's just taking a little bit longer. Here we go. Come on. Clearing pre-market low. Here we go, apple dapple. Give me my apple pie and ice cream. Give me my apple pie. Natural gas still struggling. You just sold your ASML put? Nice, nice. Yeah, you gotta really thread the needle with shorts in this market because the trend, the major trend, daily, weekly, still printing higher lows, higher highs. So this pullback, if you've missed out on some long exposure, it's a pretty decent gift, I think, buying this little bit of a dip here. Still very strong market, guys. I still have more higher price priced in based off of technicals. You know, your hourly chart is a little mixed right now. There's a small sell signal in the hourly 5 and 15, but 4 hours still super bullish. Daily still ridiculously bullish. Weekly, don't even get me started. That's still super strong. Just when Apple gets me excited, they start dropping it here. Come on, Apple. What are you doing? SPY, big push. Big push. Home Depot having a nice day. Ticker HD. What else we got? Starbucks up nicely. SMR still down. SPY going for another breakout attempt. Nice, you made your 10K back. Good stuff, YS. Amazing. Amazing. Micron still dripping, down 4.3. Datadog. Wow, DDOG's been hammered recently. I think it was down yesterday. Yeah, it got killed yesterday. No, it actually had a strong day yesterday. Sorry. Nasty day today on DDOG. Ooh, Costco. Shit, I missed that. Damn. Had my buy levels down here. Shit. The train has left the station on Costco. Damn, Costco. Totally forgot about that one. I think, Dom, we were even talking about that one. Shit, I can't believe. Why didn't you remind me, Dom? We were commenting and speaking on YouTube. Now I'm FOMOing on Costco. Are you serious? That was a gift down there. Shit. Can't believe I missed that. Alright, so Costco looks to be in a buy the dip mentality. I'm hoping we can get a pullback back to say 900 and then a push. But wow, what a rip today. That's crazy. Alright, Apple, come on, make a move. Go to 260. Go to 260, 250 even. Come on. Oh, Apple. Nvidia is showing some strength right now. Pushing. Natural gas still getting liquidated. Yikes. Natural gas. Why are you struggling so much? You freaking guys. Oh, new lows for natural gas coming up here. Intraday, new lows. Yep. They're about to sweep it. Yeah, they just did there. They just swept the lows on nat gas. SPY starting to get going. Nvidia starting to move. NVDA really starting to get going here. Natural gas still drilling down 5%. YS also sold your Palantir put. Nice. Nice job. Google still looking constructive, like it wants to push higher. Alibaba still ripping face. Nice job on Baba. AMD still down. Western Digital still down. Wow. HUYA up 20%. Hooyah. Starbucks up 1. PayPal still lagging a little bit. Western Digital down 8%. How's Freeport McMoran doing? FCX still down 2.3 off of its lows though. Constellation Brands punishing the late chasers. That's coming in pretty hard. SPY still looking constructive. Nvidia going for another breach of its prior day low, trying to break above it. Still no love for Apple down here. It's just chopping right on its pre-market low. Google busting through or trying to bust through its prior day high. Interesting. Hard selling in nat gas. BTC running into a little bit of resistance. You're doing a long on GEV into tomorrow. GEV Rona. Wow, they're getting decimated today. Holy. This GEV Rona is a crazy stock. It makes big moves intraday. It's a big mover. It's been a powerhouse over the last couple of years since they did the spin-off. But yeah, it's you're going long on GEV? It's risky. Just be careful. I mean, they could be doing a 3-bar surge. on the daily to the downside, but good luck. All right, SPY still just consolidating here. No breakout yet. 10:47. Markets have been open for just over an hour and a bit. Bitcoin still down 1. I know, Dom, we were literally talking about it. I can't believe I missed that. I thought I had an alert there on Costco. I literally had my bylines. I'm actually pissed. My accumulation level is 857, 845. I don't even know how I didn't look at that. We swept that low pivot. Came into 2 massive support zones. I don't know how I missed that. I swear sometimes they mess with my trading view indicators. Frustrating. Oh, Apple, what are you doing? You dog. Dirty dog. Apple still struggling immensely. SPY running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Natural gas is just crazy, crazy heavy. It's absolutely insane. Apple's still getting rejected off of its pre-market low level. Just nasty price action. Volume certainly getting thick down here on Apple. Oh, that reminds me, I should look at this ticker. I haven't looked at it in a while. What are you doing? Ah, big bounce there. Huh. Cool. I'm gonna watch that one. Wow, look at this fully bully UPS chart, guys. UPS. These transport stocks are loving the low input costs from crude oil. Absolutely loving it. I mean, you look at how depressed crude oil is, trading at 56, 68. Margins on transportings and shipping are crazy good. And that's even why miners, I mean, margins on miners, margins on transport costs, so phenomenally well. You know, that's one thing that, whether you like Trump or not, he is absolutely helping the economy and the average consumer with low energy costs. And you think about how well the stock market can do as a whole when one of the major expenses for a lot of companies is energy, crude oil. And look how cheap it's been. And I still think crude can go lower. You know, what's interesting is we still haven't seen, obviously, we all know about the Venezuela millions and millions of barrels that are going to flow to the US eventually. We haven't really heard OPEC come out yet and make an announcement on a cut or something. So, what I think is, I think there's a short trade on crude, even at this depressed level, but I want to see if OPEC comes out and announces a cut, crude oil gets a spike, and then I think you short that spike. Usually OPEC cuts don't really last. Yeah, at least the the announcements, the cut announcements don't really last. So I'm hoping that OPEC comes out very soon with a cut announcement. But crude getting to $50 a barrel, I mean, things start to get shaky in the Middle East, Russia. I mean, their margins get super thin. Drilling doesn't make sense. New wells, it's just gonna halt the crude market. But it's a brilliant play by Trump, certainly strengthening American security. Whether you agree with the move on Venezuela capturing Maduro or not, it's a brilliant play if you're an American citizen. A brilliant play. All right, S&P getting liquidated here. Apple still selling off. Natural gas still weak on the session. Is IWM a long here? What are we, up 0.45 still? Let's take a peek at the Russell. Yeah, you're sweeping your prior day. I think the better level. There's some support here. But you might want to retest this 256 zone, kind of this reversal pivot. I could see them trying to sweep this liquidity here, right in this 256 zone. That's the better level. Apple testing its OR low. SPY still getting hammered here. Yikes. SLV still down 3.65%. Bitcoin still trying to get back above 91,000. Still down 1% on this tape. Google trying to hold above its prior day high. SPY coming in. Nasty little drop. Still in a buy the dip regime, even with this pullback. QQQ is just still super, super heavy right now. So QQQ is sitting right on a deviation band 1 to the downside. Standard deviation band 1 to the downside for the week. Actually going back till January 5th. Google's still pushing. Natural gas trying to make a bit of a reversal off the lows. Still struggling here. Natural gas getting a decent bit off the lows. We'll see if it can stick and hold. Apple still drilling below its daily chart EMA 113. Losing a bit of structure here on Apple. Google still ripping to the highs. BTC now starting to get going. SLB is at a big spot here. It's hitting daily resistance, your 7MA. So if it can get above that, it's going to look very, very bullish. Google flying here. Wow, Google's ripping. Absolutely printing to the high side on Googly Moogly. Bitcoin trying to break out here on the 10-minute chart, guys. Big bounce on SPY. BTC getting going. QQQ defending support. Look at that buy program in SPY. Holy moly. Crazy force. Crazy force. Google just ripped. Bitcoin ripping. Holy moly. Apple big stick on the 10-minute defending its OR low. SPY potential little bit of a breakout here. I could see us easily testing your prior day low. And you should get a small rejection off this trend line. Natural gas firming up. BTC, guys, breaking here. BTC is trying to break out. Nvidia is still weak. Still in a buy the dip regime. Buy the dip regime. Still got some pretty oversold mag names that if they start to firm up here, we're going to have a big rip. But they're chopping us up and they're chopping us quickly. A lot of chop. Come on, Apple. Get yourself off the ground and move. Still flying. Holy. I still just chopping around here. Still a powerhouse. Bitcoin still pushing for 91K, guys. We got Apple still trying to hold above its pre-market low. SPY still chopping around here. Silver still trying to grind higher. Gold almost green on the session, guys. Gold is almost green. GLD is green, slightly. Interesting. Your dollar's trying to catch a little bit more of a bid here. It's rolling over a little bit. Dollar's trying to press higher here. Gold back to the negative side. Silver under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia falling. Apple falling. SPY dripping lower. To make a little bit of a bottom here, intraday, moving up off of the pre-market low, trying to recapture pre-market low. Apple still struggling here underneath its pre-market low. SPY still consolidating. QQQ still backing and filling here. Weakness from Nvidia and your semis are keeping it pinned here. Yeah, BTC still trying to move up here. It's still under 91K, seeing a little bit of selling on your 30-minute chart. Your dollar DXY is still climbing here, so DXY might make a new intraday high here. It's through its pre-market high, through its opening range high. It's still strong intraday, so. But BTC definitely showing a little bit of strength off of the lows. How are these crypto stocks doing? What do we got here? Bitfarms has given back some of its gains. SPY still in a buy the dip regime, guys. Nvidia is still struggling immensely here. Your dollar is ripping. It's going to force the markets to see a little bit of resistance here. Gold, seeing a little bit of resistance here. Silver, a little bit of resistance. Your DXY flying for another new high here. Seeing some selling Nvidia going for a low of day test. Uh-oh. Dollar flexing its muscles intraday. Looks like it's going to take out its low of day. It's about to sweep its lows. Big bounce on that Russell. Wow. Look at that IWM level. Anyone bought that IWM level that we gave? Literally right into that pivot. Jeez. Boom. Crazy. QQQ still getting dragged down here. Hovering right on hourly chart support. Trying to break the neckline here. Let's look at SPX. 69.17 on SPX. IWM going for another high of day, it looks like. IWM looks like it's going for a high of day, guys. Ripping. selling off a little bit here. Dollar still trying to press higher. Gold back to the green side. Dom C saying NNE moving. We'll take a look at that. What a move on Nike. Stellar move on Nike today. NNE, let's take a peek. Yeah, NNE, nice 10-minute breakout candle there. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely going to take out the highs, guys. NNE looks strong here. Yeah, if you want to chase that, that's definitely going to probably challenge the highs. Especially if the market catches a bid here. Yeah, very solid hourly inverted head and shoulders on the near-term precipice of breaking out here. So that's got some room. Pullbacks in this name will likely be bought, guys. NNE looks solid. Nice find there, Dom. SLV, silver catching a bid too. Let's take a peek. Yeah, so silver, significant move off the lows, getting above its 7-day moving average right now. I think what the market is kind of pricing in here is maybe the dollar's at a bit of a double top and it's going to soften up here. So the dollar's had a phenomenal move and maybe it's going to give back some of these gains. A lot of daily chart resistance here on the dollar. You're tapping the EMA 200 moving average. The 50 is just a little bit higher, so quite a bit of resistance here. DXY. Look at that Russell, guys. That Russell is moving. Moonshot. IWM leading the market. Gonna make a new high of day for the Russell. That's pretty observant, easy. UPS still ridiculously strong. Lululemon's back to the green side. Western Digital still down 8%. Damn. What a drop on WDC. Micron still coming in pretty hard. Boeing still strong. ACN, guys. Look at this daily chart on ACN. That's breaking out to the high of day. Daily chart of ACN still looks super solid. Look at this potential bull flag breakout on ACN. We still got $300 calls, which are up nicely. Let's look at Western Union here. WU, Western Union, also looking pretty solid, guys. It's been a no-brainer down here, buying off that sub $8 was a no-brainer buy for us. Still got some shares there. All right, SPY starting to roll over again. Look at this Serve Robotics. Jeez, breakout and a half. NVIDIA breaking down here. New lows for NVIDIA, guys. New lows for the world's largest company. Big push on Apple in the market. Apple's starting to get a lot of call flow, starting to look bullish. Bit of a spike here on Apple. Apple's starting to push. Apple potentially could make a range break here, guys. SPY might be ready. Kind of cleared the book in the morning. Come on, Apple. Apple's starting to look much better here, guys. Call premium is spiking here. Still writing my Apple calls. Sit back and watch the trade play out. All right, guys, we might get a new high of day push here on SPY. Nvidia, nice amount of volume off of that dip. IWM going for another high of day push, ladies and gents. Apple looking a little bit better over its pre-market low. It's been a battleground for Apple, guys. It's been an absolute battleground. Come on, Apple. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Happy New Year, sir. Welcome back. Good to see you, sir. Here we go. Come on, Apple. Break out here. Go positive. I'm writing Apple 260 calls for tomorrow. I'm writing Apple 260, 250 calls for tomorrow. Apple 260s are ripping here, guys. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Let's print it. Go, Apple. Go. Big sticks. Big sticks. Apple's starting to move, guys. Trying to break its pre-market. Sorry, its opening range here. Look at Apple ripping. Boom. That's what I was waiting for. Let's go. Crushing it. We're up about 65% on our Apple 260s and printing. Let's go green, Apple. Go green. Come on, Apple. Break out here. You know you want to. Come on, Apple, get through this OR. Come on. If Apple can get through this, guys, our calls are already printing, but they could be a huge grand slam. This is our early morning setup that I called. Look at Apple starting to rip and roar, guys, clearing our opening range high pivot here. Come on, Apple, keep squeezing here. You can do it. SPY starting to rip here. Come on, you can do it, Apple. You can do it if you really want. You can do it if you really want. Apple squeezing, lifting the market higher. Up about 62%, guys, on Apple 260s, but I want more. Come on, Apple. Apple, you're still so oversold down here. Ripping. Go, Apple, go. Go, Apple, go. Apple's ripping. We flying, guys. We flying high. Apple starting to moon. Look at Apple. Go, guys. Boom. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Go, Apple. Go. Make that red to green reversal. Push. Yeah, Apple's ripping. Apples should go positive today, guys. Apple's ripping, guys. Apple is flying high here. You can do it if you really want. Go, 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 Apple. Go, go, go. Is flying high. You know how I feel. Sun in the sky. Apple is flying high. It is flying high. Freedom. Guys, everyone had opportunities. The reason I've been keeping Apple on the screen here, everyone should have been printing with us on Apple. Everyone, no excuses. You missed this trade, that's all on you. I called it out in the morning. I've been watching it all day here. I put it in. Flying high. Birds flying high. Keep going, SPY. Breakout here. Breakout. Big break. Big break. Go, go, go. Apple dapple. Take us green to the positive side. SPY's trying to break here. Apple's still squeezing. Up 100% on our Apple calls, guys. 100%. Boom. Beautiful. Let's go. Those are the 260s we're also in. Go, Apple. Go. Come on, Apple. Keep going. Keep going. Take our 260s. Nvidia's starting to get going. A little bit of resistance here on Apple. It's had a stellar move off of the lows. But I do believe Apple should go green here, guys. Should try to go green. A little bit of a pullback wouldn't surprise me. But I do suspect we got lots of time still. Come on, Apple. Come on, Apple, keep going. Keep going. Let's see a little bit of consolidation could be due here. But Apple's breaking out of its OR low here, OR high. Dip buyers will likely still come in for this behemoth. SPY still at the top of this range here. But structurally, Apple's broken out, so SPY, I think, still has a chance at breaking out here. I am just going to sit and hold. Canopy growth moving. Rejection, sell side pressure on Apple. Dollar still consolidating. Gold still green. Nat gas still at the lows. Big pullback on SPY and Apple. Really, that's where the volatility is in SPY on Apple. Opening range high retest on SPY. See if they defend it. Big smackdown on Apple. Hasn't officially got above its OR high on a closing meaningful time frame, but still could have a nice move to the upside. A little bit of short-term trading profits taken and secured. Nvidia still getting hammered. SPY still just one big chop fest in this range. SPY really struggling here. One of the reasons Apple probably got rejected is if we go to the 4-hour chart here, you can see a retest of the 4-hour 200 MA. So I still think it can work itself higher here. But definitely some near-term resistance. Birds flying high, you know. Sun in the sky. It's a gift of a pullback for Apple. Back inside of its opening range here. Excuse me. SPY might be ready to break out here, guys. Let's see it. Let's see it. No, pulling the gap down there, eh? To make another move. Apple's trying to push a little bit higher here. Go, make another move here. QQQ looking a little bit better. Trying to bounce. So structurally, the market, guys, intraday, giving us some higher lows. That is bullish. Structurally, higher lows are in place for the market so far. And we're putting in a nice potential 10-minute bull flag pattern here. If we break out of this range here, look how many times we've tested it. Once, twice, three, four, five, six times. Seventh time we're coming up here. We're going to have a big move up if we break out, when we break out of this range. It's looking likely. Looking likely that we will. Lots of relative strength up there. Yeah, Kratos is up 43% on the, it's up 43% on the week? What? Really? On the week? No way. Are you serious? Oh my God. I know it's up big today. Oh my goodness, you're right. That's insane. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a beast. That's going to take out the highs, no questions. What I would like to see now, so you got this impulse candle gap up on a huge amount of volume. If you get a consolidation pattern here in the upper 25%, that would be a structural bull flag, and you could buy that. Apple gave you a nice little pullback. I think they're going to full send it here. I think they're going to full send it, guys. JP saying SPY POC around 689. Yeah, we've tested this area too many times today, in my opinion, to not break out. And we're testing it from, again, a low, higher low, higher low. So structurally, I think we do get through it. But we need NVIDIA to start freaking doing something here. It's just been a dead stock all morning, trending down. Obviously, semis have been very weak. UPS ripping still. Nice to see. Apple trying to get going through that war again. Go, Apple Dapple, go. Still falling. Still trending pretty hard here. Prime $5 calls. That's what is that? A 25% move from here? $6 calls or 1 cent. Nvidia's still drilling here, guys. Absolutely getting pummeled. Nvidia, so tough for the market to break out until Nvidia starts to bottom here. But Nvidia is getting fully liquidated here, guys. Absolutely a bloodbath in your semis. Micron down 4.6. Western Digital, guys. Look at WDC. Damn, we shorted that 211.80. Bang, and it's just dropping like a rock. Crazy. You know what's trying to catch some momentum? Canopy growth, guys. Marijuana starting to make a move here. Called that out early. Nvidia is still super heavy. Volume starting to thin out here on Nvidia, so maybe it's gonna start to firm up at some point. I do suspect it will, but Nvidia's keeping a dampen on the SPY party. They're not really wanting to break these tech stocks out today, unless you're in Google calls. Still down 0.78. Apple down 1, Nvidia down 2.5, Microsoft down 1, QQQ still being dragged down here, down 0.7, SPY's flat. Dow is still super bullish. IWM still super bullish. Crazy. Still dripping lower. Nasty price action. Netflix here. QQQ still under some pressure. Still at the lows. No bounce yet. Users still seeing some sell side pressure. Nvidia new lows. Wow. Complete bloodbath in semis. SPY again, trying. Excuse me. Come on, Apple, get going. Nvidia guys, still no love for Nvidia, so we gotta wait and see. BTC guys, huge push. I didn't even recognize that. Look at that push in BTC. Oh my goodness. Almost going green, guys. MARA starting to rip again. Bitfarms has been ripping pretty much all day. MSTR has really firmed up here off of the lows. Let's look at Coinbase. Coinbase looks like it's going to try to take the highs out. So Bitcoin making a stellar move. Just observe that now. Apple's starting to lose a little bit of momentum here. to try to catch a little bit of liquidity here. Yeah, NNE breaking out to the high side again. Absolutely is full beast. It's still just pinned in the same tight range. No breakout yet. Intel stuck. This resistance here on SPY is crazy. I mean, I'm shocked they haven't made a run through it yet, but damn, it's a tough resistance spot for sure. Apple still chopping here. Hasn't officially given that breakout. Tried getting through our low. Still think it can make a big push, but Lots of selling. Starting to sell off again. Still trying to hold 91K. SPY starting to break down again. Apple getting faded. Dollar ripping to the highs yet again. Apple giving it up, unfortunately. QQQ selling a little bit more now. DXY, sorry, your DXY is ripping, guys, to the high side. Dixie absolutely full bull, rallying. Still at the dead lows. Silver still acting quite well. Looking good on Apple right now. It needs to hold here. Jeez. Come on, Apple. Get your big butt up off the ground. Still selling. Going for a new low of day test on NVDA. SPY once again going for another bullish potential retest of this resistance. Can she do it? So lots of different price action in Qs and SPY right now. QQQ just got a 15-minute buy signal. So now you have the smaller time frame starting to firm up. But nasty. Is SPY gonna finally break out here? We will see. This 10-minute EMA has been a brick wall for SPY. Dollar still absolutely flying. BTC still holding 91K. Come on, SPY. Come on, Apple. Get yourself going again. Make a big push. You dog. Pre-market low back test on Apple here. Huh. Still at the lows of the session. Keep buying out. Yeah, I still like Apple. I still like it. I think it'll make another potential end of day push, but it's just Nvidia's dragging things down. There's a very large divergence between SPY Qs right now. At some point, I think Nvidia is going to bottom, and it's going to really help this market. But I still like Apple. Smart to take profits up there, but SPY's getting close to a potential breakout. Very close, guys. All right, break us. Break us out here. Here we go. Is that a high of day? Going for a potential high of day. Come on. Dollar is still moonshotting here, ripping to the upside. Wow, your DXY moving. Come on, we're looking strong. Let's get it. Let's break out here. Give it to us. Give it to us. If they chop us back down here, it's gonna be crazy. Nvidia still just heavy down here. Oh my goodness. No love for Nvidia, guys. Absolutely no love. Still getting pretty liquidated here. Heavy. Come on, doing. Nvidia is just too heavy. Falling lower again. Damn. Yeah, I'm on the fence right now. I'm probably going to be swinging Apple. I want to see it push back for the highs here. I still think it can. But it's just taking a little bit longer than I anticipated. I mean, I didn't expect SPY to just be stuck. Like, look at this resistance on SPY. I mean, they've tried breaking us down a few times and they've failed. So you have to think that the upside move is going to play out today. You know, I still have bullish signals on your 4 hour and daily. Your 5 and 15 is slowly starting to turn bullish. Your hourly is still a little bit mixed. So I still think we're going to have a trend here into the afternoon. So I'm still like Apple here. It really depends on where we are. I honestly am expecting Apple to still test 259-ish today. Um, but if we don't hit the level that I want, I'm probably going to swing some of the position. Some of it. All right, let's see if SPY can give us a high a day. Apple's starting to push. Here we go. This could be it. But I do like Apple still. I think it's a really good area. It's always risky with short dated contracts, but very good level for Apple. All right, Nvidia's starting to bottom. Apple's starting to move here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, new high of day for SPY. That's a higher high, guys. That's a higher high. Trend is changing bullish. The only resistance now we have is this trend line, but we've been hammering in such a tight range here. I feel like they're going to break us through that level pretty quickly. Yikes, down 5.76% on natural gas. That thing's crazy. Full liquidation on natural gas. Damn, my boil's getting killed. All right, Nvidia's looking a little bit better here, catching some liquidity on your 10-minute chart. Apple's still trying. What else you got? SPY still punching higher highs here. Come on, Apple. This Apple is just filthy, man. Yeah, I still believe in it too. SPY's close to a big push here, guys. We've built a nice bull flag. You know, a symmetrical move here takes us easily to 692. There'll be some resistance at prior day low, but we're Tesla ripping, guys. Tesla's strong right now, looking pretty decent. QQQ starting to firm up here. SPY looks primed for a breakout here, guys. Come on, SPY. 690, printing higher highs, higher lows. Intraday trend is turning bullish. You're getting buy signals on the 5 and 15. Nvidia's trying to find a bit of a bottom here. Apple's trying to grind a little bit higher, but still pretty weak. You got Meta still weak, Microsoft still weak, Amazon, Google have been pretty much bullish all day. Squeeze us. Come on, Apple Dapple. Get going. QQQ, I have a big level at 621.80-ish. You have a double confluence. You have a volume weighted average price going back to basically the start of the year, January 5th. And then you have a point of control around 621.88. So that 621.80 area for Qs should act as a magnet, which implies about a $1.40 move to the upside on your QQQ. We'll see if we can push. Come on, Apple. Give us a nice squeeze. Give us a nice squeeze. Squeeze us, SPY. Squeeze us. QQQ starting to squeeze. Dollar index is falling sharply. Still got bullish price action in your Russell. Bullish price action in the Dow. Apple looking a little bit better. Come on, baby. Squeeze us. Big rally setting up here. This was a lot of consolidation, guys, on SPY. A lot of chop. A lot of theta burn. Apple starting to move here. Here we go. Round two for Apple. Let's go. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. We moving. We moving on SPY, Nvidia. Looking better. Apple. Curling. Give it to us, Apple to Apple. QQQ. Ripping. Yeah, let's rock it is right. We should rock it here. Come on, Apple. Give me a surge. Give me a power move. I want that power candle. Come on in. We just took some profits in the JK Trading Group, 42% gain on SPY calls. We bought this little bit of a breakout. We were in 690 SPY calls. We took 42%. We got runners on the table. Beautiful little SPX Trading Group again. Nice little win. We still got runners on the table as we think it can go higher, but took some profits there. You scalp 690 zeros. The runners run. Let the runners run. Here comes Apple. Big Daddy Apple. What apple are we? We are red apple, green apple, red delicious, gala, green, Fuji. It's been a sour apple all day, but we're starting to look a little bit better. Look at SPY ripping SPY. Push coming in. Here's a copy of our JK trading here, netting a beautiful 42% gain. Beautiful little alert on SPX SPY. All right, come on, Apple, make a big push. SPY's trying here again. Come PPQ still printing, pushing, natural gas making bullish reversal, your DXY softening up here, Nvidia still bouncing, Apple's starting to move here. Shaker and a mover. Let's see a grind to the high side for the rest of the day. I'd love to see that. Let's clear this OR high and print. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Don't stop here. You got more in you. Come on. Sell side on SPY. Boom. Trade landed there, guys. We shorted the little bit of a pullback there on SPX. Beautiful, beautiful little trade. A little bit of a screenshot there, making about 20% off of that pullback. A little bit of a quick scalp there. Brought to you by JP there. Scalped the hell out of that little bit of a reversal candle there, netting about 20% on SPX. 69.30 puts. All right. It still looks constructive here. Come on, Apple. Start to get going here. QQQ is seeing some more sell side pressure. Nvidia selling off. Apple getting some slight rejection. SPY getting hammered off that trend line. Back inside of this consolidation range. SPY slightly green. Qs are still struggling here. Come on, Apple. Starting to look a little bit better here. Come on, Apple. Get through this OR high. I mean, it's freaking a battleground. See rejection there on Apple. Hard candle down. Nasty reversal back down on Apple. Seeing some hard selling on your 5-10 minute chart. Just cannot get going here. Hey guys. Buy slapped right back down. Looking pretty nasty here on Apple again. I don't really like it here. It's still holding some higher lows, but damn, little 5 minute potential head and shoulders. We'll see if it wants to play out. Getting a little bit heavier, still above your pre-market low. That's kind of what I want to see it maintain, the very minimum. Jeez, pretty hard rejection off SPY. TSLA and SPY. Uh-oh. Things are looking a little bit more dicier now. Tree today. Oof. Getting super heavy here. It's the sell program, guys. Really filthy. QQQ right back down to 619. It's the decline. SPY back to the dark side, negative. Yet again. Apple's trying to hold its pre-market low. That's that level that it's bouncing off of. But SPY is just hanging on here by a thread. Looking heavy. QQQ seeing a little bit of positive bounce here. Nvidia's trying to bounce. Market's still giving higher lows for the time being, but on a knife edge. Pushing. Nice push. Just starting to rip here, guys. NVDA seeing some bullish liquidity. It's helping the Qs bounce pretty sharply. Apple's still lagging a little bit, but they're trying to trigger a bit of a 5-minute head and shoulders here. I think it's going to be a failed head and shoulders on Apple's chart. Big bounce on your on SPY. YS saying IWM all-time high. Did that just hit an all-time high? Really? Yeah, IWM is. Yeah, good observation. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, all-time high. Yep. What a Just eating people up today. Both sides of the trades, they're killing it. Get going. Get your big butt up there. Get your big butt up there. Wait, wait, we moving. We moving. We moving. Starting to sell again. Oh my God, this market is just so choppy today. Chop, 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 chop. Sweet. Come on, Apple. Push it. Mm. You shorted IWM there, YS? Is that what you did? Good luck. We're starting to get going again. Rip it. Go, Apple Dapple, go. All right, contracts starting to move again. Come on. Work yourself to that gap. I'd love you. I would love you if you take out your highs. We've been patient in this Apple trade. I mean, potential failure of a head and shoulders here on the 5-minute chart. So they say failed patterns often yield big moves in the opposite direction. So if this head and shoulders fails, we could have a really big move. And when you look at how big that neckline was, it's a pretty big move that could have occurred down to 254. Apple's starting to gain a little bit of momentum here. Yes, she is. Still waiting on those cues. Carry the market. Put the market on your back. Let's go. Let's go for a new high of day. Rip it. Don't tease me. Don't tease me, Apple. So the market, lots of chop. Nvidia trying to carve out a little bit of a base here. On the 10-minute chart, it's gaining a little bit of a bounce. SPY still holding that opening range high. Apple, one big chop fest. Disappointing. Would have thought Apple would have bounced a lot harder here. Still has a little bit of time, but it needs to do something here. It's looking a little bit better here, guys. It's trying to potentially get a bullish cross on the 10-minute chart. Still needs to firm up a little bit more. And QQQ still has a buy signal on the 15-minute. Sell on the hourly, buy on the 4-hour. Come on, Apple. Can it break out here? Gosh, it's been stuck. Such a boring day. Well, believe it or not, light volume favors upside. You got to think about it like this. A lot of people misunderstand volume trends, and there's a misconception around volume, right? Volume, there's two parts of volume, right? Buy side pressure, sell side pressure. Volume is usually high when you have sell side pressure, okay? Volume is usually light when you only have buy side pressure. That's why they say never short a low volume day or a dull day, because the volume's light, you only have buy side pressure. So you only get heavy volume candles when two of the components exist, buy side and sell side. When there's light volume, it means the selling is abating and it favors upside. So hopefully that helps a little bit. But you always have to take into account there's two sides of the volume trade, and we know the markets always go up and to the right, so there's always going to be buy side pressure. But when volume's high, it means there's lots of selling occurring as well. So I like the fact that the volume's thinning out here, because it can favor a move to the upside here. Come on, Apple. SPY starting to get going. Again, QQQ, I have the point of control on Qs did drop, so we're hovering right above it, 619.53. Yeah, so if it's low volume, it favors upside. If there's thinner volume, the markets favor upside. Exactly. If you get buy side pressure and low volume, it should run. Absolutely. It's not a perfect science, but statistically, when there's light volume, it means there's no selling pressure, or the selling pressure is abating, starting to wane. I don't like this period now because this is where theta decay starts to really kick in, guys. That curvature starts to wane. Come on, Apple, you need to do something here. I'll be pissed if they just keep the market pinned here. Why is... Nvidia is getting a small buy signal on your 5 and 15. Hourly still a sell, 4 hours still a little bit of a sell. 30-minute a sell. Rejection on NVIDIA. Seeing some more selling. What a day. Fucking just dead money down here, Apple. Come on, man. Give us a 2 hour pump. S&P's still dead. Jeez. Nvidia's dead. I mean, they're just burning theta today. Burning theta. You woke me up. It was dead. I'm just lots of soccer on today, Aves. We got Real Madrid Atletico Super Cup right now. We got Arsenal Liverpool EPL later. AC Milan plays. PSG Marseille playing right now. Lots of soccer. More action there than in the markets right now. Come on, Mr. Apple. Snowy day and slow, yep. I mean, look at this range. Where's this liquidity gone? I need this back. You're working on some players from Portugal and Italy, so not sure you'll watch them. Nice. World Cup soon. World Cup is starting soon. We're trading on the World Cup. Interesting. I believe we're still pinned here. A lot of betting. Yeah, a ton of betting. A ton of betting. I know. I've got some dry powder ready. Who's your prediction, Aviz? Who do you think's going to win the World Cup? Spain's always a beast. They got a lot of tiki-taka players. Yeah. I don't even know who the favorites are to win the World Cup. Let's see if I can search here. All right. Apple breaking down here, testing pre-market low. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. They are dropping the markets here. QQQ trying to break structure. Disappointing. Brazil with Ancelotti could be interesting before. Yeah. Well, I don't think Morocco's gonna win it. Argentina, eh. Is Messi retired? Or is he playing this World Cup? I can't remember. But yeah, Brazil's always disappointing. They have on paper Brazil's stacked, but they just seem to never ever they seem to choke a lot. Um, I'm trying to see who the favorites are right now. Futures. Spain or yeah, France, Mbappe. That's a solid. Morocco not one would be there. Yeah, they're decent. Morocco for an African team, they're decent. They are decent. Yeah, so right now Spain are the favorites to win, pays 5 to 1. Then you got England in second place, they pay 6.5 to 1. France is 8 to 1. Brazil's 9 to 1. Argentina's 9 to 1. Portugal's 12 to 1, 12x return. Germany's 13x. That's not bad. Germany's a sleeper, I think. They're pretty good too. Netherlands 17x, Norway 26x. So 5x on Spain right now, if you were to take them. 6.5x England. France 8x. I would think either Spain, France. I don't think England's going to win it. They always choke too. Oh, Apple. Just a dog down here. What are you doing, Apple, man? You're fucking disgusting. SPY's melting, Apple's melting. Everything's starting to gain a little bit of sell side pressure here. Testing opening range low on SPY, coming into a parallel channel support on Apple. Apple's losing pre-market low, not a good sign. But yeah, I would say Germany, France, or Spain. That's my top three. Yeah, England always gets faded for sure. If I had to narrow it down to two picks, I say either Spain or honestly Germany. I think they got a good shot. They got some sleepers. I mean, I'm biased. I like Germany. I support them. That's my international team. Other than Canada, I'll support them just because I'm here, but I know Canada's not doing shit. Yeah, and that's what it always comes down to, how the luck of the draw is, right? How do they oh, nasty breakdown here on Apple and SPY and Q's. Yikes. This is starting to get real heavy here. Yeah, Spain's kind of like England. Yep. That's not a good candle on Apple, SPY, Q's. Everything got wrecked there. Selling pretty hard. Let's see if they can reverse this up for power hour. Nvidia at a double bottom. Um, Apple testing its opening range low candle. Parallel channel. Di Maria's gone. Oh, interesting. Coming to Nvidia, spot will still weak right here. Jeez. Come on, Apple. Qs are trying to get back above its point of control. Nvidia new low. Apple's still trying to break down here underneath its pre-market low. Such disappointing price action for Apple. The markets too, I mean, we looked pretty solid here. Like we're gonna break out, but markets just fumbled around and couldn't do it. They could not do it, eh? Apple now falling and causing the Dow to come in a touch here. QQQ still hovering around 619. You think Apple gaps down again tonight? I mean, there's always a chance, right? We got a big day today tomorrow. We got potential court ruling around tariffs, so there's always that risk. There's always that risk. Just because something's oversold doesn't mean it's guaranteed to bounce. Oversold can get more oversold. NVIDIA trying to find a little bit of liquidity here. 10-minute chart. S&P 500 is still chopping sideways to lower. NVIDIA trying to firm up. Are you swinging Apple puts, Caleb? S&P grinding here, trying to make a bit of a push. NVIDIA seeing some liquidity. Apple still stuck. Yeah, yeah, that was the sell up there. That was the sell up there. Fucking bastards. Snaked us. Thought they were going to consolidate and give us another leg higher. The market, eh? The market. Yeah, I'm already long boil. It's kicking my ass though. Fucking that gas has been ridiculous. All right, so Google's had a nice pullback. Nvidia's trying to firm up here on the 10-minute chart, trying to break out of a little bit of a downsloping trend line. Apple's trying to gain a little bit of momentum, still underneath pre-market low. I'd like to see it at least get above this 256.75. All right, nice little spike there, initial. Let's see if Apple wants to get going now. Come on, Apple. Start to move here. It's starting to wake up. Let's go, Apple. Maybe there's news on Apple. But liquidity is starting to come in on Apple. Come on. Push it back up. Push it back up. If we can get through this trend line, a little bit of a short-term breakout. Give us a power hour pump. Come on. QQQ still seeing some pretty hard rejection here. Again, you do have a buy signal on Apple's 15 and 30-minute chart, but Qs are still super weak right now. Come on, Qs. Get going, Qs. Get going. Yeah, I see that long-term support trend line that you're looking at. I definitely see that. It's an interesting spot for sure. Qs are still getting slapped here while Apple's trying. SPY, still no love for SPY. Nvidia's trying. Where's resistance for IWM? Good question. Good question. Could be pretty far. Resistance. You're putting higher highs on the Russell, so I got to do some calculations. I don't know yet. I really don't know yet. I gotta do some math behind the scenes. Once we get the closing candle today, I'll know a little bit more. So I'm not too sure yet. I mean, you're at a double top for IWM, but if you can clear that, you got some upside potential. Apple's trying to firm up here. Come on, Apple, if you can break out. Nvidia and Apple are trying to gain some liquidity here, guys. They're trying to firm up. They're both chart patterns on Apple and Nvidia are looking much better now. On the 10-minute, trying to gain some liquidity. Come on, big boys. Keep pushing. S&P and Qs are still super weak right now. Russell's still trying to climb higher here. Amazon still curling down. Microsoft still curling down. Inverted head and shoulders on bull, Webull. Nvidia and Apple are both trying to have a little bit of a breakout here intraday. S&P and Qs are still struggling. Nvidia is starting to move up here, guys. We are seeing a little bit of bullish price action and liquidity coming into Nvidia for the time being. 10-minute chart's looking pretty decent. SPY and Qs are still struggling though. Struggling immensely, but we could see a bit of a pop here, especially if Nvidia and Apple can hold and stick their gains. That's the big question. Small little pops here intraday. They need a hold. They need to hold for sure. Qs and SPY still not really reacting here. They're still struggling. Come on, Apple. Keep climbing. Keep climbing. QQQ, still no movement. No movement in the Qs. Looks bull trappy. Yeah, it could be. I mean, you don't have real support on the indices, right? Indices are still flailing around here, struggling. I mean, SPY, no movement. It's trying to push up a little bit again. Apple's still trying to grind through that 257 area. Caleb saying no stock buyback period for Apple right now. Yeah, it matters a little bit. Almost the exact same pattern playing out at the beginning of last year on SPY. Is it a bullish pattern? All right, Nvidia is trying to perk up a little bit. Apple's still struggling a touch here. Nvidia is pushing. Will they dump us again is the question. I'm not sure. Anything's always possible. In this tape, expect the unexpected. That's for sure. Nvidia's looking pretty solid. Apple's trying to push now again. SPY's gaining some liquidity. Here we go. We could get a power hour pump here. It's looking a little pumpy. Surfer's Link took some NUAI at 335. Nice. Good luck. Apple's making a move here. Apple's starting to move here quite nicely. SPY and Qs are looking a little bit better. Nvidia breaking here. Apple's still trying to push. Look at December 24th to February 25th on SPY, November 25th to 2026 on this identical pattern. Think about it. I will take a look. Nvidia, Apple's still trying to break out. Potential 5-minute breakout on Apple. Qs are still stuck. SPY still stuck. Google curling down. Defense stocks are up because Trump came out yesterday in the after hours and said that they should increase the military budget to 1.5 trillion. I cut my Apple calls at break even. Well, small gain. I just got out. S&P looks weak here. Google's breaking down. Dow is also breaking down. Apple's a major component. I'll look to re-enter. I mean, I still think it's a good level, can push up, but time is just going against us. Decay. I'd rather just play it safe, look for an opportunity tomorrow. So I'm out of my Apple. All right, guys. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a sec. All right, the market looks kind of squeezy here. Definitely a little bit of a momentum bid. Apple had a nice move, making a move here. SPY still hitting some resistance. I need to grab something. Two 260, is coming in. Thank you. Yeah, the market's trying to pop up here, guys. If we can get through this opening range high, there might be an end of day squeeze. And we could even squeeze all the way to 691. Market's not looking terrible right now. It is curling up. We do have buy signals on your 515. Apple's got a buy signal on your 515 30-minute. Hourly chart is still a sell, but your larger time frames should start to take hold here. And they could pop us up. Again, SPY needs to clear this little resistance zone. Qs are trying to get above point of control. SPY 690 calls are a bit of a lotto into the end of the day. Um, Nvidia still pushing here, guys. Apple's still trying to push higher. S&P right at that OR high. If we can get through this, we should have a squeeze. We should have a squeeze if we can get through this range here. Still technical resistance, but we're bubbling. Come on, SPY. Give us a nice pump into the end of the day. I don't know what the budget was before the increase. It's a good question, but clearly 1.5 trillion is probably bigger than what it was. Um, ED, Canadian banks are shorting silver futures. Yeah, they're always shorting metals on the paper market. Kind of suppressed it a bit. Or it's still seeing rejection off that OR high for SPY. Good SPY getting rejected here. OR high, still keeping the market in check. What's going on here? We're still trying to grind higher here, guys. Apple's pushing 257.70. Still pushing here, guys. Big push on Apple through the opening range high again. Apple's ripping. Opening range high breakout. Again. Big push on Apple. Big push. Big push on Apple, guys. SPY going for that OR high breakout again. They can get through here. Still could maybe squeeze. Nvidia's pushing. QQQ trying to push. We might get a breakout here. SPY's trying. No, I'm not swinging them overnight. Too risky ahead of data. It could pay, but I'm just gonna be I've already closed them off that push. I mean, we could go higher here. We could get a nice squeeze, but it's just too risky for me to swing them. The expiry date's too short for me. I would rather rotate the money into it. A little bit of a farther strike, like maybe Jan 16th. Give yourself a touch more of time. But I'm not swinging them. All right, SPY's starting to get squeezy here. Here we go. Nvidia, Google push in. We could have a pretty decent push here at the end of the day, guys. They've done a lot of selling, a lot of chop, a lot of theta burn. Usually on these choppy days, you can get a nice squeeze into the end of the day. They're pushing, Nvidia ripping, Apple strong. You'll cut half. Yeah, smart reducing risk. Apple's still super strong right now, gaining some extra bullish liquidity. Push there, guys. Really nice surge. Big surge on Apple. Apple's ripping, guys. Apple's ripping. Big squeeze in the market. Apple 260 calls ended up printing hard. Holy moly. Hard, hard, hard. 260, 250 still printing hard. What a squeeze in the market, guys. Apple's a behemoth right now, ripping. Patiently waiting. Yeah, it's always patience is rewarded for sure. Sometimes. Sometimes that theta kills you. I know. Sold early. Hey, if you made money, you made money. I did take some 690 SPY calls off that little pump there, but sold my Apple early. Kind of disappointing for sure. I was waiting patiently for that and they fucking snaked me. It is what it is. Still risk management. I made money today. That's about it. But it's never nice leaving profit on the table, that's for sure. See rejection there on SPY. Big rejection there, guys. Anyways, those SPY calls still went for 100%. Half that push, over 100%. So still a good trade there, guys. But I sold early. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. We got a big day tomorrow, guys. Big day. Big day. Non-farm payrolls. I'd love to see a gap down on Apple again. Because if we see a gap down on Apple tomorrow, guys, that would be a huge 0 DTE trade opportunity. Anybody know SkyQ looks interesting as an energy company? Let me look at SkyQ. Wow, big mover. Lots of volume. I don't know anything about it, but it's looking pretty crazy. What a drop there on SPY, guys. That was filthy. Yeah, I did lose the patience. I was just worried about theta decay. Um, they were doing really nasty things to the market, so we can always re-enter tomorrow. I mean, there's still a nice amount of room to the gap. So tomorrow, these contracts, the 260s on Apple, when they open up tomorrow, they're going to be like literally sliced in half with the theta decay the new day. So Apple, we could still trade this to 260, 250, 260 tomorrow. I don't think it's going to fill the gap today. 13 minutes left. And if we gap down on NFP tomorrow, I would love that because we would get a big buy program. So we can still trade Apple tomorrow. It's a good level, guys. And from here, currently speaking, to gap fill, still about $1.76. That's still a pretty big move that we can trade. So, but yeah, I did lose patience. I was just worried about theta decay into the end of the day as that curvature starts to really, really wane quickly. Yeah, I'm watching soccer right now. I got a few screens going. Arsenal, Liverpool. Take it easy, Aves. See you tomorrow. Sold half your Apple. Good stuff there, YS. I'm sure you made some money there. Can't remember who took those SLV calls, 70s, but you probably printed, eh? Probably printed on those SLVs. Spike there on SPY. Big squeeze on Apple, guys. Big squeeze in the market. What a push on Apple. Fuck, I left a lot of money on the table there. Damn, man. It's crazy. Just the way she goes sometimes. Nice push on App 11. Let's look at Tessie here. Tesla still solid, holding the majority of its gains here. Microsoft, nice little move up off of the lows. Google still been pretty bullish here. Still been a full beast. Yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be tricky because that data comes out in the morning, right? 8:30, where only the futures traders can benefit. So you kind of have to position yourself a little bit ahead here. Um, but honestly, the market is still bullish, guys. I mean, we're still very bullish. If we just structurally look, larger time frame still holding steady. Look at this QQQ backtest today. We're still holding the neckline. You know, sure they can gap us up and crack us, but eventually we're gonna take out this high on Qs. I'm pretty confident about that. So I think longs are still favored. Buy the dip. Market's still in buy the dip mode. Sure. Just give me a second. Oh my God, Apple's a beast. Fuck me. Sorry for my language, but damn. Sold that one too early. Fuck, they did it into the end of the day. These motherfucking market makers, man. Piss me off. Look at that rally in Apple. Damn, man. Fuck. Now I'm following. I hope you guys are still holding. Some of you. Wow, that is crazy. End of day ripper. Good job if you held your Apple, stayed strong. That's literally the move I was looking for. Um, Trade ended up printing crazy there. So good job if you took it. Other than that, we'll see you tomorrow. NFP tomorrow. So 8:30 a.m. we'll get some interesting data set, labor market. Um, I'd love for the market to gap down. We'll be buyers. All right, guys, take it easy. Nice trading session. Cheers.